Oh, look at that. Camera's frozen. Love it.
Hey,
Hey.
let's
let's
let's start
let's start
immediately with a
immediately with
problem.
a problem.
Ugh,
Ugh.
this
This
okay.
okay.
Double sound.
Double sound.
Shit.
Shit. There. Is that better? Did I fix it? I went through and I I literally just slapped this together in like I don't know 5 minutes. That's a lie. It was 10 minutes, but so because I this is work I need to do, and I have been talking about doing doing like a talk stream, a QA stream, and I thought, well, why don't I just stream me doing some work, and if you want to ask me some questions, now's the time. I will answer. I will answer questions. But what I'm working on tonight, I've got this old Mark III, MK3, whatever you want to call it, system. This is a like the super old ass system unit for Pump It Up, because we had the Mark III, and then the 5, and then the 6, and then the 9, and then whatever the hell it is now. I don't even know what they call the current system. And I think there were multiple versions of a few of those along the way. So suffice to say, Pump It Up has had a few different computers to run it over the years. Um, so, and this is like the oldest one. Wow, that the overhead camera is like super delayed. Whoop. That's annoying. Um, this was mostly my setup from blah, 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 what am I thinking? Um, from when I did the one stream in Vegas, uh, and but like a bunch of the cameras are different than what I was using there, and I didn't change any of the settings, so there's a bunch of delays accounting. There are a bunch of delays here accounting for things that don't actually exist anymore. So let me just take that out. Boop. Okay, is that better? Yeah, that's better. And then that also probably means my sound is delayed as well. My coaster. Oh yeah, I've got I've got a bunch of coasters, but this being a Pump It Up system unit, I think it's going to burst into flames because I put some DDR coasters on here. Right? Is this reversed? I'll figure it out. Um, the sound I selected is of better quality. Oh, so I have my Yeti, my mic, my like a real ass mic down here, right here, um, and I think what had happened when I first started the stream, I had the camera mic was still enabled. That was my mistake. So I just muted that one, and we'll go with the other mic. Although theoretically, at least for right now, while I'm talking to you, to the camera like this, hi, I'm this mic might be slightly better, only in that I'm actually like, speaking toward it, as opposed to this one, which is off to my side. But I think the Yeti is a much better mic than the built-in camera microphone anyway, so that's probably better either way. But anyway, yeah, thanks for joining me, everyone. There's something that I was gonna do that I thought of slash remembered just as I was starting the stream, and I was just like, oh damn, I wanted to have a layout where the cameras are reversed so that this window. God, this is so hard. The big window would be the overhead view, and my like over the shoulder view or whatever would be the small one. That way you could actually see what I'm doing as opposed to just looking at the back of my head. But I had not set that layout up correctly yet, so let me just I did duplicate the layout. Let me just do that real quick. I guess if I just pull this over here and I pull this over here, I could shrink it down. A little dumb behind the scenes action. Okay. Lock that before I screw it up. So Night Saturn, you said without DDR, there's no pump it up. I don't know if that's actually true or not. I have not verified this, but a story that I have. So I've read a lot of conflicting stories, but at least one story that I've read was that oh yes, absolutely, Konami did sue them. That is true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what happened. At least one story that I've read is that essentially the two both Konami and Andamiro were developing their games based actually on somebody else's idea. So so they weren't so much copying each other as they were both copying somebody else. Though DDR, I think, did hit the market slightly before Pump It Up, and that's why it looks like it's the first. I mean, why it is the first in that regard. But yeah, and I don't remember what the lawsuit was about now, but I think the lawsuit might have been over patents, which yeah, I mean, that is still a valid. That would be a valid thing to sue over, even if you hadn't directly, if you hadn't been directly copied, I guess. Although, to be fair, I think even if the story, and like I said, none of this, I've not personally verified any of this. I honestly don't know if I even could. But even if the story is true that they were both working off of a common idea that did not originate from either of them, it is extremely obvious that Andamiro's original cabinet, the SD cabinet, is very, very similar to the DDR cabinet, like too similar. So I think that is certainly an actionable offense, even if it wasn't the idea that they copied, and it was only the machine itself. If that makes sense. Let's see. So I got this thing some years ago, and it was, gosh, it's probably been honestly, the system unit itself is probably the least similar thing between Pump It Up and DDR, at least in their original forms, because this is literally just a PC. Which, of course, the whatchamacall, the 573 is PlayStation 1 based. Just gonna get this lid out of the way. Oop, one more cable. But got the CD-ROM drive is in there. Makes the lid a little heavy. Ugh. The shell, even the shell's not really, I mean, it's similar in that it's a metal box. Otherwise, not really. This thing, probably at the angle that it's at, you can't quite tell, but it's much more rectangular than the 573. The 573 is basically square. But yeah, if you're asking what caps do I need to change, so on the motherboard itself, there's all of these caps here, and here, let me grab the camera, which is literally just taped up here. So, but sorry, I'm not good at this. You can see some of them, like this one here, for instance. This is reversed, isn't it? Yeah. Let me turn this camera around so that I'll feel less confused. There we go. But yeah, so you can see some of the caps are bulging a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, at least one of them in here might be starting to leak a little bit. But regardless, yeah, you can see those are starting to bulge there at the top a little bit. But okay. The regardless, this thing is probably 20 plus years old. So even if the capacitors aren't visibly bad, they are well past their expiration date, so to speak. They're well past their rated lifespan, and I would before I try and run this thing. Actually, Termazi and I did run this briefly a couple of months ago, and it did still work. But before I put any real hours on it, I want to make sure that I get all these caps replaced, just so that we've got clean power. And when you're dealing with 20-year-old tech, I don't want to give it any. It doesn't need any more reasons, or it doesn't need any more help in possibly, failing and ceasing to work. So I want to do a little bit of. It's probably too late to call this preventative maintenance, but definitely I want to do some stuff to just make sure that it has the best chance of performing well before it craps out. So, Tim, the Konami lawsuit against Roxer was separate from the Konami lawsuit against Andamiro. I actually don't know the Konami v. Andamiro suit as well. But you are correct that against Roxer for ITG 1, that was a trademark thing that because ITG was created as a conversion kit for DDR cabinets, the suit alleged, and I believe won. Yeah, in fact, I can't remember if it won or if it settled out of court, but the net effect is the same. But what the suit alleged is that basically ITG was causing brand confusion in violation of the DDR trademarks, because In the Groove did not sufficiently mask the cabinet, that you could still view the cabinet and look at it and think this is DDR. And frankly, yeah, I wouldn't argue against that one. But yeah, Sean, I think you were basically telling the same story there. And I believe that is why ITG 2 was ultimately dual branded as Pump It Up in the Groove 2, because and then also of course appeared inside in Andamiro cabinets rather than DDR Konami cabinets. But basically, by making ITG a Pump It Up game, they could kind of piggyback on whatever agreement that Andamiro and Konami had already worked out that says that allows Pump It Up to exist, basically, or to continue to exist. So, again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all of the details of this. A lot of these are, like I said, compiled from various conflicting stories that I've heard over the years. Many details of which I've probably forgotten or gotten wrong at this point. But anyway, okay. I'm gonna need to get this sucker out of here before I can do anything. So let's see. That's weird. There's another spacer here, as though there should be another board on top of it, but there isn't. But there wasn't one here, or here, so I don't know. Who knows what's going on? Is this big enough? Yeah. Alright, is that... Nope, one more screw. I need a parts bucket. I guess I'll just use the tray of my screwdriver set here. I mean, that's what it's for. I wish I could pull off this whole stack, but I cannot. I have to take them off individually. And I don't recall if I ordered caps for these boards. I might have. If I did, I'm probably not doing them tonight. Come here, you. Let me get a little better angle on it. The bad part was Roxer had ITG 3, 95% done. I don't... I don't know that the lawsuit had anything to do with ITG3 not happening, did it? Because the lawsuit was over ITG1, and I thought that, what do you call, put them in the clear? The agreement that they had with, with Andamiro. The lawsuit immediately killed the company. So are you saying that the lawsuit happened after they had already moved to Andamiro? Why are these connectors being such assholes to me right now? There we go. Right. I know Rockstar had to give up the rights. I see. So I think what you're saying then is that the lawsuit happened, and then Rockstar ran to Andamiro basically to continue and essentially hide, but then they ultimately lost, and then it died. Okay. I think I understand the timeline of events based on that, which makes some sense. They what's interesting about that though is if so I know most of the team that was Roxer then went on to work on Pump It Up Pro and Infinity, and they brought all of the unique like ITG songs to those games. So if Konami had control over ITG, apparently they didn't have apparently that didn't include like those. Well, okay, so I guess it would have only been those music licenses, which were mostly made for the game. So probably did not. Okay, that actually makes some sense. Now that I'm like talking it out in my own. Now that I'm talking out loud. Oh, there's one more. Has Konami actually... Has Konami actually leveraged any of the ITG assets then? Like, none of those songs have appeared in DDR, have they? I mean, I'm sure the point of the lawsuit for Konami was to kill it, not to not to obtain it. So that doesn't shock me at all that they haven't done anything with if they now have the rights to any of that stuff. It doesn't shock me that they haven't done anything with it. I'm trying to remember if I actually took these boards off before when I looked at this. Because I don't remember it being this terrible, but I thought I did. Gosh, look at this little baby CPU cooler. So cute. I don't even know what this thing is. Not modern. That's what I know that much. Hey, Yolodrite. Oh yeah, I watched that. I don't know if it was the same video, but I know the McDonald's DS cartridge that you're talking about. Kind of an interesting story. It's taking a picture of this connector because this one here, because it is, what do you call? It is a 6-pin connector, but it's on an 8-pin header. So I need to know which way it goes and what pins it covers for when I put it back together. Was it Nick Robinson? It probably was. I don't know. It's been a while since I watched it, so I don't recall, but that sounds familiar. All right, I'm just going to put these down back here. Get them out of the way. All right. Here we go. Fun stuff. And if I forget how this all goes back together, I guess I have a video of it. Of me taking it apart now, right? Okay, so this explains why I had it reversed. I think. But I don't want to do it. Ah. Oh, that just looks weird. I mean, that's fine. I guess it's fine if it looks weird. At least it makes some sense. Like, right is the same right between both cameras, and if I turn around and look at what I'm showing on the video, I won't be super confused about what I'm trying to point at or anything like that. All right. So, here we go. I got my a bag of lots of bags of caps. This is not exactly the type of there wasn't exactly a cap kit for this, so have a good night, Dreadfox. Hello, Pat and Sean. Yeah, I am like I know Kyle, like not personally, but I know who Kyle Ward is. I'm trying to think if I've actually met him. I don't think I've met him. Amusingly, I'm friends with him on Facebook, but and I know that for like Pump It Up Pro and Pump It Up and Pro 2 and Infinity, that was a mix. Like those were mix. It was a mix of each of those games were a mix of mainline pump songs, songs that were brought over from In the Groove, and then some new stuff on top of that. And then I also know that several of the songs that were in Pump Pro that may or may not have come over from In the Groove have since appeared in in mainline Pump, especially now that like Pro and In the Groove, or sorry, Pro and Infinity as a like sub-series of Pump It Up are no more, as far as I know. And I'm also familiar with Step Maniacs. So I've played it a couple of times. And Yaladra is talking with him talking to himself. Amazing. Anyway, what I was saying is, it's not like there's really a cap kit for these, so I had to just go through and inventory them all myself. Okay. Infinity was essentially Pump It Up Pro 3. I don't know if Kyle was involved himself in that one, but the team that did Pro and Pro 2, in some fashion, in some form, were who did Infinity. As far as all of those games, ITG and Pump Pro and Infinity, I think Pump Infinity is, well, of all of those games, Pump It Up Pro is the one that I've probably played the most, simply because my local Dave & Buster's had it for some time. And then, then I played Infinity a little bit. We did have, there was a place with a machine near to me, and I actually rather liked Infinity. I was going to say, of all of those games, Infinity is probably the one that I like the most. And I'm not gonna hold on here. What am I looking at? Oh, shoot. I just realized my I turned my soldering iron on, but it wasn't plugged in. So that's not going to work. Yeah, I'm trying not to go off on a rant here, but I'm not a fan of In the Groove. I'm just not. I don't really care for it. I've talked about it before. I just I don't really care for it. I find it to be kind of bland and devoid of personality, and it has too much. It had more emphasis on challenge and less emphasis on fun, as far as like the step patterns were concerned, in my opinion. And quite frankly, like modern DDR kind of has that problem to some extent too. And so like, it's not really my fave. Pump Pro was better. I thought it felt a little more felt a little more rounded, a little more well rounded. But I think that was because it included a lot of mainline pump songs in it. So which I think are a little bit more rounded content than the ITG stuff. But and then Infinity was just kind of like from Pro to Pro 2. It's just like polish it some more. Okay, here we are. So but yeah, I mean, you're right, Night Saturn. I don't care for. I mean, I have you know for having played 22 years worth of DDR now, right? I have probably played a grand total of maybe an hour of Stepmania. That I will say an hour of Stepmania, not include. It's probably more like 3 hours of Stepmania, not including. And I will give it this much: I did use Stepmania when I was in the couple of years when I was doing like choreographed freestyle routines. It was really nice to be able to, you know, get those into Stepmania and isolate particular chunks of the song and replay them over and over until I got the choreography down. But to me, that wasn't. I was using Stepmania as a tool to that end. I wasn't playing it, so to speak. I just like I've never had any real I've never had any real interest in playing Stepmania otherwise. I mean, I know you can get you know custom songs and stuff like that. Although again, a lot of those have a tendency to be extremely challenge focused, which is not particularly fun to me. And and yes, I know that you can get skins for Stepmania that make it look like basically any DDR game that's ever been. But if all you're trying to do at that point is mimic the original, I would just rather play the original. So maybe that's me being a snob, but okay, I'm a snob. But anyway, I have been now that I've been sitting here chit chatting for almost an hour and then getting this disassembled. Before I really get into this, I need to take a quick bathroom break. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes, and I will give you my thoughts on A3 and answer some more questions. So hold on. Okay, thank you for sticking with me. I am back. Ooh, here's an interesting thing. If I, yeah, okay. Boop. I'm unchecking. Well, I thought I was. I don't know why it was resetting the chat every time I changed scenes, but I thought I just turned that off, but I guess I didn't. So whatever. Anyway, let me answer these questions. So, Yaladre, what do I think of the new DDR game? Well, I think it's ripe for one of my favorite jokes about, like now that Windows 11 is a thing. It's like, why is everybody so excited about Windows 11? Why, like, I'm already 84 versions ahead of that on Windows 95. Right? I mean, that's the best. That's my favorite. So, yeah, A3, I mean, that's moving backwards. 17, right? 17 and a plus. But no, I'm kidding with that. So I will tell you that as soon as I saw the as soon as I saw the announcement for the game, I have decided that I will be referring to the game as DDR Ace Stream, because we had Max, and then we had Max 2. It wasn't Max 3 though. It was Extreme, right? So we've got DDR Ace, and we got Ace 2.0, and so obviously this is Ace Stream. So that's what I'll be calling it. I don't know that that's going to. I don't expect that to catch on beyond me, but if on a future stream you hear me refer to DDR Ace Stream, that's what I'm talking about. But what do I think of it though? I mean, it looks like DDR. I haven't played it yet. I was actually just at Dave and Buster's yesterday playing Ace 2 Plus. And I've seen a couple of videos of a stream online. It looks to me like it looks to me like it's more of the same. It's the standard Konami, skin it, add some songs, ship. And I mean, I say that a little bit flippantly. I mean, I get it. That's fine. I'm not saying it because I dislike it, but it's just like, well, it looks a little, you know, it overall looks basically the same. They just changed the style of some of the graphics, and obviously has some new songs, and there it is. It's still DDR though, which, okay, and I got no problem with that. So until I get a chance to play it, I'm not gonna have probably much more of an opinion than that. And then glitched. Yes, this is in fact a Mark III. Or do you say Mark III or do you say MK3? I've heard both. But of course, if I say MK3, then I'm thinking about Mortal Kombat 3. But Anyway, let's see. Speaking of arcade stuff, finally got your homemade MAME cabinet back up and running. Marvel vs. Capcom. Nice. You think the combo font looks cheap? Termazi was saying it looks big. I don't know. I mean, I looked at it in the video and I'm like, okay. I don't know. I didn't have a strong opinion one way or the other. It was just there. Usually say it the letter way. Okay, MK. I always had said it the letter way. Although I think when I first learned what the Pump It Up system names were, I think was in the transition from the 5 to the 6. So I just saw like MK5, MK6. And then it wasn't until sometime later that I heard people saying Mark 5, Mark 6. And I'm like, okay. So I kind of go back and forth on either one. I don't know what's official. But anyway, there it is. And I agree with you, Glitched. The Termazi was pointing that out to me that I guess you can switch between single and double within a single game now. That is nice. Although it occurs to me that that's something Pump has done like for a very long time. But that being said, Pump didn't introduce what do you call split difficulties until much later than DDR. Actually, I think DDR you could split difficulties from the very beginning, but I don't remember anymore. Anyway, so the fact that this is a feature, the fact that the two of them kind of swap features back and forth like that is it just seems par for the 22-year-old course. Do I have any experience with non-rhythm cabinets also, considering buying a Naomi? I have some non-rhythm game cabinets. In fact, I have a Crazy Taxi cabinet, which is Naomi. So, now you said you're looking at one on eBay for 150. Is that just for the Naomi, or is that for a whole cabinet? If it's just for the Naomi, I mean, that seems reasonable. If it's for a whole cabinet, then okay, interesting. Sounds like you're going to spend more to ship it than but let me just do it this way because this will be easier. I don't think my soldering iron is hot enough. And Pat, is there a reason I'm doing this? The answer is partially because I have it, but also since one of the things I'm intending to do on stream is to play Pump It Up, I would like to play some of the old games. And so, old system. I'm used to being able to just heat these posts up and the thing practically just falls out, but this one's being a real pain in the ass. Let me get out my slightly bigger tip. All you know about these boards is that they don't have any batteries. Oh, that will eat the board, that will kill the board when they fail. Yeah, I mean, it's just a PC board, right? Or it's just a PC motherboard. I mean, the only battery on here is just, one of those, what are they, the CR2032? Am I right? Yep. Standard coin cell battery. I feel like I got profiled once at the battery store. I walked into a Batteries Plus store, and this was a few years ago. I walked into the store, and I kind of I opened the door, I walked in, and I kind of looked a little bit, right, to kind of see what was there and stuff. And the girl behind the counter looked at me, and she's like, 2032? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, they're right there on that. They're on that display there. And I'm like, thanks. So, there. You don't trust that girl? Well, she was right. I was in there for a 2032. Nothing like changing a soldering tip when it's still kind of hot. But anyway, if you're asking, do I have any experience with non-rhythm games? The answer is yes, some. But I don't know if you were going to ask me a specific question about Naomi even. I don't... I would not consider myself an expert on the Naomi. I know a little bit. I've putzed with them a bit, but not much. That was one cabinet. It's so interesting because of all the cabinets that I have some that are that came to me in pretty good, like in playable condition, in good playable condition. Those games I know almost nothing about, because in general it's like, I set it up, I plugged it in, I might have wiped it down, and it's like, cool, here it is, we're done, right? And then I have other cabinets that came to me in very poor, dilapidated condition, and those I know a decent amount because I had to put them back together basically to make them work. So Crazy Taxi happens to be one that I did not have to do a ton to, mostly because it got done for me for the most part. I had to do a little bit of work on it, but nothing too extreme. Anyway, do I know anything about loading ISOs via the Ethernet port to the Naomi? The answer to that is actually yes. You'll need a NetDim to do it. Why isn't this? There is so little solder on these caps that, like, I'm putting my tip on it and I'm not even seeing it reflow because there's almost nothing there. Why do you hate me? So the NetDim is a separate. It's a separate piece. It goes where the cartridge would normally go. On the Naomi. Yeah. Oh, and Glitch, I was just about to get there, to throw some fresh solder on there. That is a very good idea, actually. Where is my solder? I thought it was out. Oh, there it is. But anyway, so yeah, the NetDim is it's basically like a cartridge unit. It goes on top of the Naomi where the cartridge would normally go, and there's a couple of ports on it. One you can hook up a GD-ROM drive, and then the other you can hook up Ethernet, a network thing, and then from there you can use you can load programs either off the you could load games either off of a GD-ROM or off of the network, whether that network is another computer or there are actually like what do you call there's little projects that you can make with a Raspberry Pi to load games as well. There we go. It's starting to come loose now, finally. Good call. I'm just making sure that the board is labeled, the polarity is labeled correctly It is. Good. Let me clean up this hole so I can get a new one in there, and but yes, you're going to need that NetDim unit to be able to do what you're talking about. No, it would not play Triforce stuff because Triforce is a different system. Triforce also used GD-ROM, or could, but Triforce is based on GameCube hardware, and Naomi is based on Dreamcast hardware. So the programs are not compatible. But anyway, that NetDim has, as you might guess, it has DIMMs. It has RAM sticks in it. And so it loads the program off of the disk or the network and stores them on that RAM, or stores them in that RAM, and then the game runs out of that RAM disk, so to speak, until you power down. At which point, RAM, being volatile memory, will be cleared, and then on next boot, it will have to reload it again. One of my holes is not all the way clean. Yeah. Naomi and Triforce are not compatible. There is Naomi and Naomi 2, and I believe Naomi 2 is backwards compatible. Naomi 2 will play Naomi 1 games. But yeah, once you get to Triforce, the only thing that they share is the media. But since the architecture and everything else is different, it won't work. There's a couple of different models of the Triforce. I have worked with the Triforce a little bit as well, and one of them is cute because it looks like a GameCube. I mean, it's like a, it's like a cubic shaped box, and it's even purple in color, except that it's made of metal. It's just kind of funny. It looks like I've got some solder coming through the top here, because I can't see it from the bottom. So let me see if I can get my wick on it from this side and get it out of there. Come on, work with me here. I might have to dump a little more solder in it and try and suck it out that way. Oh man, what a life. Yeah, no Mario Kart Arcade on your Naomi. I'm afraid not. I think it's so cute that they called it Triforce, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the three in the Triforce in that context is Sega, Nintendo, and I believe Namco. All right, did that clean it out? Slash, did that clean it out enough? Yeah. Okay. I did it. Man, this is going to be a long job if they'll take this long. Oh, brother. 1500, 6.3 volts. 1500, 6.3 volts. Yep, okay. Yeah. Yeah, obviously Triforce is a Zelda reference, but I just thought it was cute for them to name it that for the three manufacturers who were involved. I'm trying to decide. So the cap right next to it is a different rating. So like this one I just replaced. These two here, well, these two and then these two are the same, but then like these are different. I'm trying to decide whether I want to just go down the row, so I need to get out a different kind here, or if I want to replace all the similar ones first. It'll probably be easier to just go down the row. Where's my marker? Boop. Okay, that one's done. Oh yeah, I have a tiny bit of experience with the Chihiro as well, from House of the Dead 3. But my only real experience with the Chihiro was just doing the network loading with it. Although, as I recall, it does not require a NetDim. Actually, the Triforce doesn't either, because it's already built in. So you can just plug right into the what do you call it? To the Ethernet port. Okay, so this is 6.3. Does that say 1,000?
or 100? Looks like 1,000. And okay, polarity is marked okay on that one. Let's go. I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna add solder first. Ta-da! Oh yeah, that's way better. Okay, now I should be able to read this well. Yeah, 1,000. Okay, cool. Chuck. Here we go. Well, you two have already exceeded my experience and knowledge on the Chihiro. So, sounds fun though. I can't say I have any of those. I don't have any Triforce or Chihiro games myself. I was working on somebody else's the times that the experience that I had with it. All right. Aw, dang. This is another case where it looked clean from the backside, but it's still got some stuck in there. I never had an original Xbox. I started with the 360. I may switch back to my smaller tip. Here. Hey, Nehuen. I wondered if I put "Pump It Up" in the title, if you would come and if you would visit. And yeah, I've been simulcasting on Twitch for the last this year really. I think I started back in January. I'm not doing anything particularly special with it. It's just rebroadcasting what I was broadcasting anyway, but so unfortunately, I am not playing Pump It Up right now, obviously. But, oh yeah. It was asked earlier why I'm working on this board, and the answer is I do want to do some pump streams, and I'd like to start at the beginning, so like Pump It Up first dance stage, and to do that I'm gonna need my old MK3 here to be working, and it did power up. Termazi and I did try this a couple of months ago, and it did work, but quite a few of these caps look questionable, and if they look questionable, a bad cap doesn't always look bad, but if it looks bad, it's bad. If that makes sense. Or if it's not bad now, it's gonna be soon. So I'm trying to get them out of here before before they cause problems. Because this board is probably on borrowed time already as it is. Yeah. They don't always bulge or leak if they're going bad. But if they are bulging and leaking, they're bad. Is that hole clean? Okay, one's clean. Oh, okay, good. Got it. At least that didn't take as long as the first one. Still, this is going to be a long job if it keeps this pace. I haven't... This is one of those things where it's like... I've done cap kits before, and... or I guess in this case a cap job, since there's no kit. But... but I don't do them often, and it's always like there's so much time between when I do them, I'm like just out of practice. So it's been a while since I've done this kind of work, and I'm gonna be real slow here at first, and then hopefully I'll get better as I go. That's usually what happens. Yeah, you said to replace them for longevity's sake. I want to say like the lifespan of a good electrolytic cap is like maybe 10 years. And a lot of boards don't use good caps. Oh yeah, that one's, I don't know if you can see that, but like even the bottom is starting to bulge on that one. That's not the nicest. Yeah, these probably are the originals from '99, which makes them 21 years old now. Even if these were good caps, which they probably aren't. Let me see, what brand are these even? The originals. Hitano. Never heard of it. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. These are at least rated 105C. That's not terrible. I sprang for the Nichikans because, you know, if I'm going to do this, I might as well do it well. Ooh. Ooh, there's some, I think that one leaked a little. Can you see it there on the board? That's not awesome. Yummy. I don't know why I was thinking this is 2021. I don't know. Everything... Time... Ever since COVID, time has no meaning anymore. And I can't do math also, so... So yeah, I would like to start on First Dance Stage. Might as well. I actually have never played it. I think the earliest pump game that I've played would have been OBG, which I think is third. And that wasn't the first pump game I ever played. I think the first pump game I ever played was Premiere. The Premiere, excuse me. But hey, that one went quickly. That only took me like, what, 3 minutes? See, I told you. Once I get back into it, I'll get back in. I almost said I'll get back in the groove. God damn it. You know, as a lefty, I probably should have gone the other direction here, because now I'm just going to run into all these pins. But, oh well. Looks like the new ones I got are a little bit tall boys compared to the old ones. That's all right. Fortunately, we don't have any. There's no clearance issues here, so I at least made an effort to order caps that had the same pin spacing, because that makes my life a lot easier. But I did not bother to match can height, because it should not matter for this job. I've done jobs where it did matter, but this is not one of them. You may have noticed I just took the rest of this braid off of the spool, and I only have, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches left of it. But don't fret, I do have another one. Bonk. Ah, yes. So the one I'm just finishing now was 25 feet, and this one is 50. And I remember when I bought this one, I remember buying the small one thinking, this will probably be as much of this as I use ever. Yep, I was wrong. And that's why this time I bought the bigger roll. Now, to be fair, I probably bought this one 6 or 7 years ago. So it's not like I go through it real fast, but well, so my like soldering and board work has definitely been like an evolution over time. Um, I remember for the longest time, I just had like the shitty $5 soldering iron that I like literally had gotten at Radio Shack. That tells you how long ago it was too. And it was terrible. And I didn't have very many supplies, and there was very strong limits on what I was willing to attempt. For the most part, like, soldering two wires together was like a big deal to me that back then, right? And then I started, branching out and doing a little bit more of a few more things, and I used my friend's soldering iron once, and it was like, holy shit, like all of these jobs that seemed like a pain in the ass are actually, way easier when your tools don't suck ass. And so I bought myself a new soldering iron, and then I went and I asked that same friend, I was like, give me some recommendations. What kinds of what kinds of stuff should I be getting that will make my life easier or better? Accessories and supplies, basically. And he recommended a bunch of stuff, and I went and ordered it. But at that point, it was just like I was just kind of like ordering a bunch of stuff, not necessarily knowing what kinds of work I would be doing, or how much of it, or anything like that. And there you go. So now I've got some projects under my belt, and I have a better idea of, buy the 50-foot roll. Don't mess around. Yeah. The thing is like the soldering iron I'm using too, the biggest thing, what always happens to me with like tools and supplies and stuff like that, for doing various projects, is I'm always concerned that I won't be doing I'm always trying to take into account, it's like, will I be doing this again? Will I be doing more of this, right? And so I think I held off on buying a new soldering iron for a long time because I was like, I don't really solder that often, and you know, and I've already got this one, and I'll just make do. But then as soon as I used a decent one, I was like, oh shit, this changes everything. And now it's like the number of things I'm even willing to tackle has gone up too, because you know, there are things that I can do with this soldering iron that even trying to attempt with the, you know, shitty $5 Radio Shack one would be basically impossible. Or at least so frustrating and so fraught with failure that you probably shouldn't even try. But it's happened to me on a few like electronics projects like this. Yeah, hold on just a second. This is back to the 1000. Okay. Like God. Where are they? Oh yeah. Let me look this up. So like I have these crimpers, and like these were $25, which was like, man, I didn't love spending $25 on a pair of crimpers, but I rebuilt my wiring harness for Supernova, and like these were the correct, or at least more correct, tool for the job, certainly than anything that I had, and you know, it made it go well, and that project came out super nice. So, but then have I used them again? Have I? I don't think I have, actually, since then. But hopefully at some point I will. The cameras are behind the audio? Okay. One second. Actually, when I started the stream, everything was all out of whack. Okay. I'll look at the camera. Does that seem better? Does it seem closer now? sometimes the issue too is, I've noticed, is like the cheap stuff works fine. It's just that it'll wear out sooner. And then other times it's like the cheap stuff just doesn't do nearly as good of a job. And depending on what it is, it's like sometimes you can deal with that, but ow, son of a I just stabbed myself with one of these leads. I usually wait to the end and then just clip them all. But I might go ahead and clip some of these just to get them out of the way before I stab myself again. Oh yeah. So this one, I don't know if you can't really see it. I've got the control box back here, but it gets up to temp in 10 or 15 seconds probably. But the nice thing is that it holds its temperature real well as well, because I remember my my cheapy soldering iron, in addition to taking forever to heat up, I had no idea what temperature it was, and it also had a tendency to just kind of like run away too. Like it would just get hot and just keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And like you said, you said you wrecked a board, and that's probably what happened. It probably got too hot. If I had to take a guess. Yep. Alright, let me clip some of these leads because they're getting gangly and dangly on me. Probably could have clipped those a little bit shorter. Ooh, that one's actually... Now I have little bits of metal floating around here. That'll be cool. Just gonna reflow those real quick so they look pretty. Not that anyone's going to look at these again ever. Maybe not even me. In 10 or 20 years, what are the chances? I'm not saying I'm not going to be around then. I'm just probably not going to care anymore. How's that? Hopefully I'll still be around. I'm not that old. Oh yeah. Oh, I hate when I like tear a pad off the board. Oh wait, I didn't add any solder to these. Connected to the CPU. Yeah, well, yep. That one was done, apparently. It's too bad. What board was it? Oh, a 360? An Xbox 360? Oh, man. When I said I joined the Xbox platform late, well, at the 360, not only did I join at the 360 as opposed to the original, but I also didn't. I bought the second model, the 360S model was my first one. So I thankfully have had no problems with it. Not that I really use it very much at this point, but I never had any trouble with it. Unlike all the first gen models, or many of those first gen models, which were quite problematic. It needs a signal from the CPU to boot, and he broke that connection. Rough. Yeah, that sucks. This was a 1500, right? Yep. Goodbye. Yeah, you see how much faster this is going now? I feel like that very first one took me like 20 minutes. And now I'm doing them in, maybe 5 minutes a piece. Is that... Am I... Is that about right? I am not timing myself. It feels about like that. How long have I been on? 2 hours? Okay. That's not so bad. Don't you close up on me. I think I'm gonna need a little blob on this one because it's being a bit of a pill. There we go. So far, it's only been that one that looks like it was it had started to leak. And yeah, like you said, it thankfully hadn't like eaten anything. It was just kind of had a little bit of goop on the board. Probably caught it at the right time. Yeah. This has been one of a few like board projects that are like on my shelf and I'm like, oh, I ought to do that, and then I just haven't done it yet. I did this like a week or so ago. This is the battery to a Neo Geo. I just clipped it off because apparently these things are notorious for leaking and just destroying boards. So, and the board will run fine without it, so I just clipped it. I didn't even replace it. I probably will eventually. Well, no, I probably won't eventually, honestly. I probably don't care. When the cows really dump their guts out, it's usually it for vintage hardware like this. Oh man, this is hardly vintage, in my experience. I recapped my Dragon's Lair and Space Ace board sets, the power supplies and the board sets for them. And those are 1983. Now that's vintage. I also actually capped one of the Laserdisc players for one of those games. So, you know, like an early 80s Laserdisc player. God damn, I can't remember. I want to say it had... I'm trying to remember. The number like 98 sticks out in my brain, but I can't remember if that was 98 caps or $98 worth of caps. I think it was $98 worth of caps. I think it was over 200 caps for that job. And it was a goddamn nightmare. I'll say the job was somewhat successful. That Laserdisc player ran for approximately 5 minutes before it would like just bug out on me and be crazy. And after I capped it, it would run for like 40 or 50 minutes before it would get all wonky. So it helped. But it still wasn't quite right, and I eventually replaced the Laserdisc players in both of those games with God, what is that board called? Dexter, the Dexter board, which is this board that was made as a Laserdisc replacement. It runs off a Pi, but then there's a second. The Pi is on the top of the stack. The Dexter board is on the bottom, and it is the interface between the Pi, which is running the video coming off of an SD card instead of a Laserdisc, and then the main game board system to basically take the commands from the game saying skip to frame blah 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 and play, or freeze frame here, do whatever, blah whatever, what all the different commands that it would do. But it allows you to remove what is easily the most problematic part of that system, and replace it with a functionally identical thing, and then continue to use the original board set so that the game should play as it did, in 1983. just without that super heavy, super problematic Laserdisc player. It's pretty neat, actually. I'm one of those people that tries to keep games as original as possible whenever I can. But that was definitely one time that I was just like, okay. Because it was like a fan / enthusiast made device. I mean, they went to great pains to make it behave like the Laserdisc player. If you wanted it to. It's actually configurable because Laserdisc players, of course, have a seek time during which, when it's moving from one scene to the next, you'll see black on screen. But when you're playing video off of an SD card, you can make those scene transitions instantaneously, which is truly a better player experience, but is not an authentic player experience. So they made it possible to select which one you would like. So you can make it behave authentically, or you can make it seamless, which actually makes the game better. Yeah, that was definitely an exception that I made, where I was just like, okay, there's no good reason to keep limping this ancient problematic hardware along, because at least the game board, it's still running off the original game board, and so from a play perspective, everything feels correct, because it is. There's also the Daphne emulator for those games, where you just run everything. You replace everything with the PC. And frankly, that works pretty well too. But since I do have two working board sets, I thought, well, we'll just keep using them. But yeah, I put so many capacitors into those because I capped the boards, I capped the power supplies, I capped the monitors, and then they also have NTSC to RGB encoder board to make the Laserdisc player work with the arcade monitor. So I capped those two. Those were some long projects. That makes what I'm doing tonight feel like nothing. Although, at the rate I'm going, I'm probably not going to finish this one tonight. But that's okay. At least I started. These are being jerks. Keeping things original too, but when the only other option is to cannibalize parts from another working system, when you start considering, yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes, too, it's like I just can't keep it original because the original thing literally just doesn't exist anymore. Like you said, you're cannibalizing off of another machine, which, I mean, yeah, you can do that, but in those instances, I'll just try to do my best to keep it. If it's not going to be original, at least be functionally identical, or at least ooh, that didn't go well for me. But functionally identical, or at least as similar as possible. So, for instance, like if a game had a CRT in it originally, I'm going to want to, if I can't keep that CRT running, I'll try and, and I can't source that particular model again, I'll at least put a CRT in it. And if the game was an LCD, well, I can't think of anybody who's ever, like, converted an LCD game to CRT. That seems crazy. But, I'll try and find as similar an LCD as I can. I'm about at the end of this braid. What is going on here? Hope I didn't damage this hole. Considering getting X Station for your PS1. It's funny. My very first PS1, well, not PS1 as in PSONE, my very first PlayStation, a friend of mine worked at one of those used game shops or whatever, and he brought over the from the shop the box of dead PlayStations that they had taken in trade or whatever, and we just sat down on the floor and started opening them up, and it's like, this one needs blah, or this one needs whatever, and then we'd open another one up, and I think we had opened up, I forget if we opened up 3 or 4 of them, and eventually, and then pieced together, one that worked. And that was my first PlayStation. I think I did damage one of these holes a little bit. Hopefully it'll be okay. Did I put that in the... Yes, okay. Oh, mod chips. Good times. That particular PlayStation I did mod later down the line. So I could play the Japanese games. But all the I have not modded another console since. Well, soft modded, but not. I have not installed a mod chip on another console since. These actually seem real clean. All right. That piece of bread's done. Goodbye. It's so old that it has an early chip in it that will trigger all the detection routines in later games. Gosh, I don't remember very much about that whole thing. As I recall, the mod chip that I installed in my PlayStation was like the simplest one, because I remember they had different numbers of wires, and there was like a 4-wire one, and then there were ones that took more wires, and I'm pretty I think mine was a 4-wire one. I don't remember when. It would have been like, I think the PS2 was a thing already at that point, maybe. I can't remember. So I don't really remember what time frame it was, but I don't believe it was a particularly sophisticated chip. But it got me. It did what I needed it to do, which was let me play Japanese games. One hole's clean, the other one is still got some stuff in it. I might have to do the thing where you poke at it with the pin and then heat it up and push it through. Let me see if I can get it from the top side, because I can't even get the pin in there. There we go. Yeah, it had just gone through. Ta-da! Whew. Looks like 14 more to go. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh boy. What if, since I've had to put solder on all these anyway, let's just do the next 3. Midnight Border Pair is the name of your punk band? Ooh, I like it. When's your next show? Can I come see? Also, hello, Max. I usually do not pull more than one at a time because then that's a good way to get confused and forget where things go and what's what. But I believe all four of these next ones that I just pre-did are the same value, and they're all in the same polarity, so I can probably get away with it. Come on, let me have it. Give it to me. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm heating up. I was heating up one, but I was yanking on a different one from the other side. That would explain why it wasn't coming. The good news is the one I was yanking on was one I had replaced, and it didn't fall out, so apparently I did that okay. Ha ha ha. See, I was just testing it. I was just testing my work. Yep, those are all 6.3 1000, so whoop, in the bin. Wow, okay. Splash alcohol everywhere, that's cool. Fortunately, that looks like it was just dirt. Not, oh. This next one I'm going to do, though, looks like it might be leaky. We'll see here in a minute, I guess. Huh. So this is MK3, but that's the this is the original. This is the motherboard for the MK3 Pump It Up. So Pump It Up, the system units were named MK or Mark. I've heard it said both ways. So the MK3, 5, 6, 9, and then after 9, I actually don't know what they call them anymore. And I actually have one of each of those. I have a 3, a 5, a 6, and a 9. And I think there are some minor variants within each one of, well, not all of them, but some of them. Like I know for sure there's more than one version of the 9. And I seem to have the earliest one. But anyhow, so this is that MK3 not Mortal Kombat. Although, amusingly, I have had a Mortal Kombat board on my bench recently. The one from Boss Battle. Although I did not, I didn't end up doing anything with it. We're gonna need some more. We're gonna need more than what I can do to do what Dustin wants with that one. But I can tell you that story some other time. So when I said I had that board on my bench, it was literally just I looked at it. I didn't actually do any work on it. Unless you call peeling a sticker work. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't know that it made it all the way to the bench. I think I just did that on the floor. There's 3 or 4 variants of the MK9? Okay, yeah. I knew there's at least 2. And I think you're right that they're still using the MK designation, but I don't know what the number is now. And I don't know how many numbers they've had since 9. Because 9 is the latest one that I have. I don't have any newer systems than that. I think I managed to actually just stab the board, not in the hole. Good job, me. There we go. I got it. You know, I'm just going to dab all these with some solder because that has been making it way easier. Ah. Good night, Max. And so it's MK10. Okay. Yeah, I know very little about Pump. Starting with, I know very little about the LX cabinet or Pump Dos Equis. Basically, when I learned that double X requires an HD monitor, and I didn't want to replace the monitor in my SX cabinet, I decided I just not stopped caring about Pump, but stopped caring about trying to be current. I briefly considered buying a CX cabinet so that I could play XX and presumably beyond, but I ended up buying my DDRX cabinet instead. And I don't really have the I don't really have the money for both, and I definitely don't have the space for both. So Pump is going to be frozen in time for me. It's just going to be what it is. But frankly, if that means first through Prime 2, that's plenty of content, and I'm not going to complain. And if I want to play something newer, I guess I'll just go to the arcade. I guess I could swap my SX cabinet for a CX. I like the CX more than the TX. But also, I believe both the TX and the LX are too tall for my basement. And in fact, only the Japanese CX is short enough for my basement. The Korean and international CX, I think, has a taller marquee, which would be too tall for my basement. But I made the decision, if I could only have one Pump cabinet, I'd rather have the older one because that is a lot more content. Like I said, if I can play first through Prime 2, that's a lot more than Double X, by at least right now by itself. And a lot more content that I care about. Because to be honest, I have not been the last Pump that I played with any real regularity was probably NX2. And it's not that I don't like it, I just don't either don't get around to it or don't have the opportunity. because I definitely do like it. Still, I was playing Double X in Las Vegas most recently, and posted a few videos that are on my channel if you've seen them. And man, I had an absolute blast. Honestly, more fun than I've had playing Ace 2O, Ace 2O Plus anytime recently. So there's that. And there's that cap on the floor. Awesome. Good job. Yeah, I thought about. I mean, I've seen lots of those conversions where people just plop an LCD on the front of a like an SX or a GX. I don't care for it personally. I think oh, I almost did this so wrong. I put 4 caps in, and I definitely was 2 of them I put in backwards. That would have been bad. My big thing with slapping an LCD on the front of the like SX and GX cabinets is typically it ends up being like a 40-inch or larger LCD, which is in my opinion too big, unless you move the stage back pretty far. And the way I've got my pump machine right now, I don't have a lot of room to move the stage back. It's actually a little closer to the cabinet than I would prefer it to be as it is. But honestly, that's one reason I don't really love the one of the reasons I prefer the CX over the TX is I think the TX screen is too large. Again, unless you put unless you set the stage back from the cabinet by quite a ways. I think the LX has a similar problem. I think the LX cabinet design is really cool, honestly. I love what they did with the lighting, and I think the shape of it is, very interesting. I really like that cabinet overall, and it's just you got to give a fair amount of space between the cabinet and the stage for it not to be overwhelmingly large of a screen. I think the same thing about the DDR Gold cabinet. Is, you know, if you put it too close to the cabinet, the screen is too damn big. Especially if you play doubles a lot, like I do. These had slipped down quite a bit before I applied the solder, so they're sticking up off the top of the board a lot. So I'm trying to shove them in a little bit. That's probably what I get for trying to do 4 at once. There we go. Not terrible. Probably gonna blob a little bit of solder on each one of these though, because I had to scoot them quite a ways. So just to make sure that I won't have a bad time with any of these, just give them a little dab. A little dab will do you. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. All right. Note to self: don't try and do a bunch at once, because I definitely got the polarity wrong on 3 of these. 3 of the 4. I'm super sad face now. uh, how did I do that? My brain just went stupid, I guess, and I clipped those leads and everything. Hopefully I can back these out and turn them around without too much trouble. I believe I bought some extra of each cap, but probably not 4. That's going to make life so much harder to put these in with the leads clipped too. Well, that would have been exciting if I'd powered it on. Pop, pop, pop! Hold on. I'm going to pull the 3 I did wrong, but I'll put them back in one at a time. Man. Feeling real bad right now. Yeah. My mistake. It was probably fine for me to take 4 out at a time, since they were all the same. But trying to place all 4 at once and then solder them was probably a mistake. I should just do them one at a time. It was a mistake for me. Would other people have done better with that? Probably. But that was just too much of a departure from my normal workflow that I fucked up. Yes, it definitely sounds like you're nerding out there, Bit Decay. Oh yeah, doing that with the short leads. What a pain in the ass. Alright. 1 fixed. Did I put it in correctly? Yes. Thank God. Man, if I fucked it up twice, I'd be like, I'm done. Game over. Going to bed. I think I'm going to have to clean out this hole just a little bit more. Doesn't quite want to go through there. Ugh. There we go. Polarity correct? Yes. Good. All right. Now my issue is it's so clean that... Oh no, okay, it will stay in there. Nope, nope. It's just going to fall right out. Can I get a dab of solder on this quick enough to hold it? Nope. Nope, I sure can't. Let me just put a little solder on my tip. Just the tip. I just need it to stay in place. But I don't have a third hand. All right, here we go. Got it. Just had to be a little tricky. Man, working with these short leads is such a pain in the ass. Really did myself no favors this time. This is about like as bad as I could screw up, but not catastrophically. Like, the biggest mistake I could make without that is still at least fixable. All right. There we go. One side came out, but the other one didn't want to. Oh yeah, that one's a little leaky. Oh. So, if you can see, I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but you can see it's got a little bit of a shine there. Little shiny ring. But you'll definitely see on the board there the ring where it came out. That's not great. Hopefully it didn't eat anything, but that's why we're doing this. For sure. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. I did power this board up successfully a couple months ago. Yeah, that's cleaning up okay. Ooh. Look at that. It's just all black. Nasty. So it was working. But I wanted to make sure I got in and did this before I ran it for any length of time. Because with issues like that, it probably won't work for a lot longer. So, man, that's so weird to do. But you can see right there, it cleaned up just fine. It doesn't look damaged. I think we'll be okay. Uh-oh. My braid is sticking to the hole. That's fun. Get out of there. There we go. This thing's on a really big pad. I think it's just sucking all of my heat. Oh yeah. When I put the iron down, I can watch the temperature drop of my on my iron like 5 degrees. Or more. Come on, buddy. Man, that hole does not want to clean out. Come on, why you gotta suck like this? Let me see if I can. Nope. All right. Jerk, what am I going to do with you? Turn up my iron just a little bit. Let's see if that helps. I don't want to go too hot, though. I see the solder coming up into the wick, so it's working. But then it just like freezes so fast that it ends up soldering the wick to the board. What a pain in the ass. left a couple little copper strands there. That's not cool. All right. Well, this is going great. And by great, I mean terribly. Can I get it to poke? If I can just get it to poke through, I'll be good. The one hole is clear, right? Yep. No problem there, okay. So just gotta get that other one cleared, and then I'm probably gonna quit for tonight, because honestly, this is being annoying enough that I'm... And where are we at? 3.5 hours, yeah. I've had about enough of this for one night. Yeah, my iron drops like 10 whole degrees on that pad. So that certainly explains why I'm struggling here. I hate to put more solder on this, but I think... Son of a bitch. Maybe. Can I do it like this? I can feel the heat on the lead on the other side, so it's... But it's not moving. Well, I may end up giving up on this one. I was hoping, I mean, I was thinking, okay, get this done and then quit, but I may just quit and try again tomorrow, because now I'm getting more toward the frustration zone, which is no fun. And maybe it'll be one of those things, when you attack it fresh the next day, and then suddenly it just works for no reason. A thing that does happen. I feel like I'm close, but not really. I'm getting a little bit each time, but oh man, I'm scraping up my mat real good. That's awesome. I mean, it's fine, but got a good indent. This feels like the closest I've been. I wonder if I switch to my smallest tip, if I can actually like get in the hole altogether. I can try that, I guess. And then I really do just give up for tonight, because yeah, this might work. Just waiting for it to get all the way up to temp here. Problem is, this tip is so pointy that it kind of just goes right through the braid. All right, have a good night, Bit Decay. Is that? Nope, we're not through yet, but I feel like it's the closest it's been. Well, I think I'm going to call it for tonight. I'm just getting frustrated and I'm gonna have a bad time. So, uh, I'm gonna put this one to bed for now, including myself. And yeah, I'll come at this again tomorrow and hopefully have a little bit better luck. But otherwise, thanks for hanging out with me while I do some good work, make a few really bad mistakes, and then, hit a brick wall. But, oh yeah. This is my old TARDIS jacket. I have a newer one that has some like design on the sleeves and stuff, and it has like a little bit more to it. And then this became my indoor, my inside TARDIS jacket. I definitely do the Mr. Rogers thing. Like, I come in from outside and I'll take off my outside jacket and put on my inside jacket, and then I'll take off my outside shoes and put on my inside shoes. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna quit for now, and I don't know if I'll end up streaming the rest of this board. Ooh, look at that! You can see you can see how all the discoloration there. That looks like, I guess, probably a chipset chip. And there's a cooler on it, but it's not plugged into anything. Never has been. So it just cooks that board there. That's nice. Good stuff. But anyway, all right. Like I said, thanks for joining me for this. I don't know if I'll stream the rest of the repair, but hopefully I'll at least post an update once I get it finished, hopefully. And until then, have a good night, everyone. Take care.